learn and listen and even ask questions about Operation Ceasefire. At this time, Madam Clerk, could we please have roll call?
Counselor Joyner?
Here.
Counselor Harris?
Here.
Counselor Mayor Parton?
Here.
Counselor Gore?
Here.
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Counselor Pelham?
Here.
Counselor Holloway?
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum. All
Okay.
members are present.
Before we hand it over to Delegate Coiner to do her presentation, we're going to allow Dr. Manker to do some opening comments and remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Parton. Just would like to thank everyone for coming out tonight to participate in this Operation Ceasefire meeting. Just want to make everyone aware, and including the new members of council, that this discussion started with our delegate the early part of December. We've been in constant conversations about it. We met, staff met with our delegate Collier to discuss the opportunity, in which we decided the best course of action tonight would be to have a presentation to present to the audience, our citizens, and also to present to this council on the opportunities that are available to us. So with that said, I think the best time now is for us to present Ms. Delegate Collier to present to us Operation Ceasefire, and then afterwards we will have an open mic session to have questions from the audience and from the council. Delegate Collier, are you ready for presentation? Thank you.
Yep. And while she's going ahead and getting ready, just some housekeeping rules for tonight. Delegate Coiner and her guests are going to do their presentation. City councilors are going to hold their questions until the end, and city councilors will then ask their questions. After that, we will open the floor for citizens to come to the podium to ask questions specifically about Operation Ceasefire. And if you have any other questions that are non-presentation specific, we ask that you come and talk to us, or ask the specific person after the meeting. The city councilors are going to be staying afterwards along with staff members, and I look forward to some good dialogue. Delegate Coiner.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, and my apologies for flying in last minute. As you all know, this is the busiest season of for me, because the House goes back into session on Wednesday. So it's busy getting bills finished up and ensuring that citizens that we all represent, the issues that are most important to them, they have an opportunity to chat with me about before that. So I was rushing from downtown Richmond to get back here to the city of Hopewell. But I will start off by saying you do not need me standing here to share with you about what used to be referred to as Operation Ceasefire. But I did bring the particular group violence intervention program to the attention of Dr. Manker, to our police chief, to our sheriff, to our Commonwealth's attorney, because at some point there's a lot of chaos that's been happening in our city around violent crime, and not necessarily need someone, your state delegate, to step in and make suggestions. But I felt like I knew so much about it from having listened to it, having served on the courts committee when it came through the first go-around 2 years ago, and then voting on it on the House floor, and it being funded at the state level and the opportunity that was provided. I started digging into whether or not we qualified for funding and whether or not our city had applied for any funding. And when I realized we had not been one of the initial cities lined up to obtain grant funds, I asked for a quick meeting in hopes that maybe we would be able to get that first round of funds. Just a little bit of background. I've talked to almost every single council member about this, and thank you for those who I've chatted with and your support and your willingness to have a hands-on, any and all hands-on deck approach even before you took your oath. But I will say the group violence intervention is pretty simple. We want for every single person in our city to be on the same page and a unified voice, from you all sitting up here, from city manager to our police chief to our sheriff to those who work in social services, those who work in mental health, our landlords, our small business owners, our mothers, our teachers, every person in our city to have a unified voice that says we want every person here safe, alive, and free. And it's that simple. It's that simple of a message, but it's a lot of work behind the scenes to make that happen. And the approach that we've really been taking in our city has been a one person at a time approach on crime, right? So someone does something violent, and we all go figure out who that one person is and deal with them. And the approach that we're looking at bringing is really a concerted effort that we acknowledge that we have an amazing city with really good people who live here. And we have a very small number of small groups who are causing the chaos and violence in our city. And it will take every person who lives and works here working together to pick apart those small groups so that the best option for the individuals participating in that behavior no longer see that as their best choice or really any choice if you choose to live in our city. It's not an option anymore. And so the hope would be, as you'll hear from some of our folks who are willing to come in and be our coordinators and talk with us about the supports for this particular intervention program, it takes a coordinated roadmap where our citizens feel confident they can be honest with each other and with all of us about those small groups, that they feel confident when they help us figure out what those small groups look like, who's made up within them, and then how we start going and building relationships and figuring out how we are better choices for individuals in those groups than the path that they're on right now. But we are very clear with them, if you choose not to work with us, there will be consequences. That's where having a strong partnership with our Commonwealth's Attorney's Office is also really important, our police chief and our sheriff, because there does need to be real consequences for those who choose not to follow the path that our entire city says we want for everyone who live here. So I want to turn over some time to two individuals to continue speaking, and then we're happy to answer questions at the end. I'd like to invite up Dr. Sarah Scarborough, who will be joining me from Real Life. She has been a partner with me in my journey as a delegate and helping individuals with substance use disorders. I am very fortunate that she's worked alongside me in changing pathways for individuals who have had run-in with the criminal justice system, and most of it's due to substance use disorders, and finding a new path for those who are staying on their journey of recovery. She is leading in Real Life. In Real Life, we are very, very fortunate, are willing to come in and help us with the coordination efforts for our city.
Well, good evening. It is wonderful to be here with you. Delegate Coynier did a beautiful job really illustrating the background of CEASEFIRE, group violence intervention. To give you a little bit more details and also let you understand a little bit about me and who Real Life is, we started out in the Richmond jail many years ago, working on programming, rehabilitative measures, that type of thing for individuals that were incarcerated, obviously with the goal of reducing recidivism upon release. While we were very successful and had a lot of data and stats backing that success for folks that were coming out of the Richmond jail from that program, nonetheless, we know that folks were still getting out and hitting obstacles. Sometimes those obstacles would lead back to their incarceration. Other times it would mean they just would not hit their fullest potential. And so as a response in 2017, we decided to start Real Life as a nonprofit in the community as a way to just continue to help men and women coming out of incarceration, seeking recovery, to reach their highest potential, to pursue their what we call pathway to thriving. And so kind of fast forward to where we are now 5 years later, we currently operate 12 recovery houses in the city of Richmond and have 126 beds. We still do some jail programming. That's where our roots are, but our main service is in the community with myself, and then we do have 22 other staff members on board with us. We are one of the very few programs in Central Virginia and even Virginia that accepts violent and sex offenders. My research, as well as many other people's research, has shown that violent offenders are the most amenable to rehabilitation if given that opportunity. And so in the jail, as program director, we accepted, we kind of, had to twist some arms, but we did accept violent offenders into the program there and saw some great results. And as a result of that, have worked with violent and sex offenders in our community ever since then. And so that is really kind of what started spearheading our interest into going down this path of looking at violence prevention efforts. I will tell you, we had some folks in the east end of the city of Richmond come to us and say, hey, can you do some work here and try to lower violence? This is about 2 years ago. And I said, absolutely. So we opened our community center down there. We had our staff and we thought, we are ready. Well, guess what? Violence did not decrease. And we realized that what we were doing, while great and decreasing recidivism among those we serve, that's not what's going to reduce violence within the community. And like many of us, we just kept seeing the headlines and what was happening. And so we started to dive in, and we really started researching and got introduced to CEASEFIRE, group violence intervention, and realized that it is the country and the worldwide the #1 program to reduce gun violence out there. And so we were able to receive some grant funding, both from the U.S. Attorney's Office under Project Safe Neighborhoods, as well as the Department of Criminal Justice Services, and have been working in collaboration with the Attorney General's Office to start spearheading group violence intervention in another community. And when we heard that the delegate and you all were interested in possibly doing this in Hopewell, I called to simply say, hey, we're right next to you. We would love to partner, collaborate, talk, put our heads together, and it kind of came to the conversation that Real Life would be happy to help coordinate this piece in the city if that's the direction that you all go in. As the delegate said, this program is one that requires everybody. So if this does move forward, while Real Life is happy to play the coordinating piece, we are one tiny component. It would take all of you, the chief, the sheriff, the Commonwealth attorney, probation, parole, pretrial, literally takes everybody as a part of it on the government side, but also on the philanthropic side. Because the goal is not to incarcerate people through this program. The goal is exactly what the delegate said, to keep them safe, alive, and free. And so providing those interventions, providing opportunities to do something different, providing these individuals hope, and then providing them the tools to do so is what is key to this program. And so social services, other nonprofits, they would have to be a part of this conglomeration in order to be able to provide the opportunities to the individuals. More specifically, a little bit about the program. There's not, frankly, too many more details to add after you, but just some of the nuts and bolts. Once the program is kicked off, we would partner with the National Network of Safe Communities. They are with under John Jay College in New York. They are the entity that created in the 90s CEASEFIRE. As many of you all may know, it started out as a gang intervention program because that's what was causing violence in the 90s. Today, we have violence, but it's very different. It's not necessarily gang-related as it was. A lot of it is younger people. It is smaller social groups. It is social media. So the program has adapted over the years, and in over 90 cities, reduced homicides by significant amounts. The estimate here is in 2 years, if we were to roll it out, homicides would drop by at least 30%, probably more. Once the contract starts, which we are currently under contract with them, they would come in, work with law enforcement and council to do a problem analysis. And that would do a very deep dive into everything that's going on. Most likely, the police department has done some sort of problem analysis, examining things that are happening. Council likely has done something of that nature. They go 20 times deeper and really understand the demographics of the groups that are causing the problem. And by group, that could be 20 people in a neighborhood, or that could be 2 people in the family that are wreaking havoc. You know, groups can be defined in many different ways. But once they are able to really unpeel that and unlock those dynamics, then a path could come forward. So they would look at the last probably about 3 to 5 years worth of homicides and the last 2 to 3 years of shootings to really examine that data and understand the information that I just stated. Once that is done, they would come to town and do a 3-day training, which they call GVI, or Group Violence Intervention University. And that is when anybody in Hopewell that is going to be boots on the grounds would be trained on how to do all of this. And so they would sit down with the chief, his designees, likely the sheriff, many of you, and really peel back, how are we moving forward? What has been learned in the problem analysis, and what are we going to do? And then after that, that process takes about 4 or so months. After that, it's execution time. So the first thing that they would kind of coordinate and orchestrate happening is what they call a call-in. A call-in is in person. I think they should change the name. It's a little confusing, but it's in person. And basically, they will work with probation, the courts, the jails, and the police department in identifying the top groups that are shooting in the city. And that will be who is a part of that first call-in. And at that call-in, it will be the philanthropy, the community stakeholders, the churches, the government stakeholders, and they will give a very similar message to what Delegate Coynier said. We know that you are causing problems in the city. We know that you are shooting. Right now, we are giving you an opportunity to change. If you do, we have every service in this room that you may need. Real Life will pair you with a life coach, and you will literally get anything you need, and you will be given the tools. However, if you change to come into our city again and shoot, you are going to be nailed to the wall. And that is when the Commonwealth Attorney comes in town or comes in hand and really puts some serious sentences on them, and so that they can see the idle threats in this program do not work. It has to be some serious consequences so the message gets out of Hopewell's not playing. They are very serious in this. And that continues over a period of time. The idea is not for this program to come in and be, okay, homicides have dropped, let's go home. This is to do some infrastructure change for the long term. And so the way that policing is done, a lot of ways, the way that probation goes, and things of that nature. They have had cities that have homicides drop. They stop doing this, and what do you think happens? The homicides go back up. And so it's really important to keep this a part of the infrastructure from administration to administration, kind of have it rooted in that manner. Additionally, each week there will be what's called a shooting review. That would include the police department and a few other folks that are identified to be a part of it. And they will go through every single shooting that happened in the city in that past week. And that will identify who's going to be in our next cohort of call-ins, who is causing this trouble. And they will really look there at retaliation. If there's a domestic that led to a shooting, that's terrible, but most likely that's not going to be a retaliation. So they'll kind of push that to the side and look at the next one. And that's how really the paths are numbered for the future. What I will end up, two last points. In talking with another police department, one of the biggest questions that they had was, so we know who the shooter is. Why are we just going to tell you who they are and walk away? And I said, that's a great question. Let me find out. And really the answer to that is what I hope I have illustrated to you all. This is not about going after that one shooter. This is about going after that whole group. Because ultimately, the police department most likely will lock up that one shooter. The issue is that group is still out there, and that shooter will be replaced within the hour. So you're still going to have the same issues and the same problems and situations that you are dealing with. I will end with saying there is in Norfolk, they have started doing group violence intervention. In June, they pulled their initial list for call-ins. Their initial list had 40-some people on it. They had some things happen over the summer, and the call-in got delayed, and so they didn't actually have the call-in until August. They went through that list. On that list, 3 people were dead. They had been murdered. 8 people were incarcerated, and several others had charges against them. And so they had to re-pull and rework that list. So I share that to show these call-ins really target the people that need to be targeted in order to provide, hopefully, these interventions that they will grasp onto. When they had that initial intervention, Norfolk is a little different. They have a serious gang problem. So it was primarily one gang that was called in. Out of the 40 people, 8 came, which, is that good? Is that bad? Who knows? But the interesting piece of that, the individuals that came were the older members of that gang. So they are the ones that can go back and deliver that message to the younger folks of, we've got to get this together. Here's what's happening. And preliminary evidence shows that it worked. They don't have a program or a staff assigned to it, and so it's not as quick moving and I think holistic and comprehensive as it would be if you all were to decide to adopt this in Hopewell. But preliminary evidence, shows some success, and there's plenty of other studies and case studies, which I am more than happy to share with you all. I can follow up with email afterwards and have some flyers as well about the real life intervention programs that we have. So with that said, I think I've spoken enough. I would like to introduce one of my colleagues, Maurice Washington. Maurice is a graduate of our program. He's been with us for about 2.5 years. He lived in our housing, graduated, became a peer house leader for quite some time, moved out on his own in January, has been full-time staff for several months, and so he is leading up our group violence intervention efforts. He personally has been affected by gun violence, and so, the way that he is able to connect with folks in the community as we're talking about life coaching and intervention is huge. So with that, Maurice is here to share a few words.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Maurice Washington, and I'm currently a case manager at Real Life and also coordinate the group violence intervention efforts that we have. And kind of what led me to where I am today and what got me so intrigued with the program once I was introduced to it was the fact that not only does it have a history of lowering violence and murders in other cities, but it also lowers the arrest rate. That's what attracted me, and also the whole method, the way the infrastructure works, just intrigued me. And a little bit of history of myself, which Ms. Scarborough mentioned a little bit. I have been incarcerated. I've been around violence majority of my life, living in different projects in the Richmond area. So I've seen it all, been around it all majority of my life. So I had 2 of my friends get murdered in front of me. And once they were murdered, I was introduced, I was sat down and was talked to by the police officers, questioning me. I didn't know who had done it, but I was threatened by the family members of the murder victims of my friends. And, they was thinking that I might have had something to do with it. So, I was in fear for my life, was looking for a firearm, and I was at the same time crushed and hurt because I had lost my friends. I didn't have any resources, didn't have anybody to talk to. And luckily for me, I had the opportunity to get introduced to the Real Life program. So, other people, I know several people that wasn't as fortunate as I was, but had this program, this infrastructure been in place, I would have been confronted with the community. I would have gotten an opportunity to move from the neighborhood that I was living in. If I had chose to do so, I would have received counseling, all of things which I had wanted, but I didn't know how to seek those things out. I didn't know anything. And a lot of these guys they don't know that there are resources out here, and a lot of guys don't even have an interest to, I don't know if I really had the interest to seek those things out. I knew I needed it and wanted it, but, I was just basically questioned and just left out there. And it's not the police officer's job to do all those things. That's why it takes a community to do these things and to help people. So that's why I was so intrigued by the way that GVI works. I just say that to say, I'm just glad. That's why I'm just very glad to be a part of this, and I think that's all I have for y'all. Thank you. Let me share.
I'll wrap up with just a few other things to share. I tell people all the time, group violence intervention, there's something that you can find in it that you probably love and someone else in this room doesn't like. And there's something that somebody in this room thinks is great, and you're thinking, I don't like that piece of it. That's how this works, because it's not going to make every single person exactly happy. But we know it's a formula that if we stick with it together, it results in a healthier place for all of us to live, every person. And, for folks who think, well, let's just still keep going after the one bad actor and lock them up, I can tell you, then you haven't spent a whole lot of time with folks who've been in Riverside. Because the individuals who are in Riverside are our neighbors, and they don't stay in Riverside. They come back to our communities. And Riverside is not helping our neighbors at all. In fact, I'd tell you they're making them worse. They're leaving Riverside more addicted to drugs, more angry, and more violent. So it's not a solution that's working, and this is a proven solution that's worked in other cities. I'll say on the flip side, for folks who haven't really loved having our police in the neighborhoods, we don't want them in the neighborhoods either. Nobody does, right? We want them when we pick up the phone and call for a health emergency or something that's going on that they can quickly answer. But we need people to know that in our city we mean business, and that we're going to keep you safe, alive, and free. We're going to wrap every support you just heard around you for you to make that choice. But if you choose not to make it, we're going to make sure that there are consequences for you. And so again, it doesn't make everyone happy, right? There are things that you're going to go, I'm not sure, but it works. My role is, as you heard, it's on you, right? It's on you all, the police chief and others. My role is the state has the availability for grant funding. And I have the ability that when there are pieces that we need at the state level cooperation for, I can be our city's voice there. And I've been our city's voice there. I spend a whole lot of time speaking up at the state level because I love the people who live here. That's it. I was caught off guard today by a Channel 8 reporter. She's probably in the room. And we are so busy as elected leaders trying to solve problems that sometimes we don't pause to, when people ask us, well, how does that impact you? And for the first time today, I was asked about Paris, who had died, was murdered. And I said, I hope that our city, every person, from the landlord who collects checks to the person who's out sweeping streets, to you as our local leaders, that we all can say, you know what? Every kid in our city deserves to ride their bike and come back home at the end of their bike ride. And here's what I know about each one of you. You love this city. You don't always get along, right? It's like your family. Sometimes we'd like to pick our own family members. It doesn't work that way for us. But I have confidence in a new year and in all of our leadership at all levels. We're getting ready to have a new federal congressperson representing our city, and it's a new day. It's the start of a new year. And my hope is that we lock arms. We tell our citizens we need every one of them to lock our arms. I know they're tired. I know we're all tired of what we've seen happening in our city, but it's not a lot of people. There are more of us doing good every single day in this city. So I'm here to provide all the state supports. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have. Most of you have contacted me, and I know we've had time to catch up, but thank you for making this a priority for the city that you all love to. Thank you.
All right. This time, is there anyone that has any questions for any of our guest speakers?
Yes.
Okay. I think Councilor Holloway, you had a question. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do pardon me, I forget the presenter's name, but you had reflected to the percentage that this program would help, and you had specifically specified about 30%. Now, I'm aware that when the program gets here and it starts to dive in to see what the issues are particularly, but can you explain to us how you came up with those particular numbers pre them coming in?
As I stated, we are under contract with the National Network for Safe Communities, and so I did have conversations with them previously this week of just potential of working in Hopewell, and that's the number that they shared with me. So they are the experts in this, and that's what they thought would be realistic.
Okay, thank you.
I can also speak to that and also add that we do have, this takes all levels of law enforcement, right, and prosecution support. So we do have someone from the Attorney General's office that's able to come up and talk as well, and I'd invite Mark Farrer to come up and be able to share as well. But the funds that are needed, as Sarah said, whatever that gap is, part of the question was, well, what does this look like? We don't really know until you all go through the deep dive, right? And then we figure out what all those pieces are. We do know what the initial amount is to get started, so.
Hi, Council. My name is Mark Farrer. I'm with the Office of the Attorney General. I am the Director of Crime Reduction Initiatives for the Attorney General. And Project CEASEFIRE is, we're part of Project CEASEFIRE statewide initiative under the Bold Blue Line, the Governor's Bold Blue Line. And I just want to say, I want to thank Delegate Coiner for her advocacy on behalf of Hopewell. She was able to bring about $250,000 to the city initially for this project, and that would not have happened without her due diligence. And to that point, there will be more funding opportunities. She'll be aware of them. Sarah's aware of them. I'll be aware of them. We have hired a statewide GVI coordinator who is able to assist with those opportunities, as well as we're also hiring a regional coordinator. So if you know anybody that is interested, that position is posted on our website. We will also have 6 new prosecutors. 2 of them will be for this region, so that they are cross-designated for any federal cases that need to move forward. We have a tremendous amount of resources in research and media placement, and we can certainly help in the area of pointing you in the right direction. I've been around a while, been doing these programs for a long time. Mike Costigan, who's with me, has served several presidents and has been involved in these programs for a very long time too. And this is a major focus, not only for the delegate, but for the Attorney General and the Governor. And we are standing behind you when I see things like this, where the stars are aligning and people are motivated to make a difference. I see real change happening. And so I really believe that you all, the community, can make a tremendous impact on crime. And Hopewell is a great city. I have family from Hopewell. I know it's dear to everybody's heart here, and it's dear to our heart as well. So anything that we can do to help, we're here to assist. Reach out to the delegate, to Sarah, to myself, and we'd be glad to assist. So I've seen it work. When we did it in Richmond, we had call-ins in Richmond, and I know you can't compare Richmond, Hopewell, and other cities, but I'll just say that when we did call-ins in Richmond, homicides were at 98. When we finished those 3 years of programming, very similar programming to what Sarah was talking about, we ended that year with 28 homicides from 98. So, I know that you all can do it. Get back to 2 or 0, and so we're behind you.
And I think one other thing important to mention, when real life comes in to help with coordination, they're looking for people who live here to hire to be a part of the change, right? It's not bringing in people from somewhere else. Folks in this room are here because they care. I could probably shut the door and say, all right, we're going to pick folks who are going to volunteer to get started. But, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take folks who are interested in being part of this program and say that they're willing to work. And so it's not going to be folks from the outside. It's going to take us, the people who live here, who are willing to put in the effort. But we do have a very educated and strong partner in real life who's willing to come in and help us get that foundation started for us, we're very fortunate. I will also say, Norfolk's about it in terms of who else is trying to pull this off right now. I can't tell you how hard it is, which is crazy to me, to get police chiefs, Commonwealth's attorney, sheriffs, and city councils on board together. It shouldn't be that hard when people are dying. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you to our police chief and our sheriff and our Commonwealth's attorney, because we're doing much better than some other cities in terms of people being committed to stopping violence. They're doing pieces of it, but what the research says is doing pieces of it does not solve the problem. There's pieces that work on aspects, but it doesn't solve it, so.
Okay. Councilor Joyner, did you have your light on?
Yes.
Okay.
My question to you, Delegate Coiner, and I'm learning more. When Mr. Farrell spoke up, he kind of filled in a lot of the blanks. Clearly, this is in the Commonwealth of Virginia. This is a new initiative, basically. Is that the case? And Norfolk currently is the only city doing this sort of thing. I guess my question is, when Governor Youngkin was working with his colleagues to come up with a bold blue line, was this particular initiative, I mean, did you look out and say, what can we make a part of this bold blue line package, and you found this? I mean, I guess that's my question. Obviously, the law enforcement experts have seen it and heard it, but I'm just surprised that it's not elsewhere in the Commonwealth, and it hasn't been used more.
So it really isn't a new program. If you go back and you actually look at the history, it's very historical. I think what we have seen is a resurgence in violent crime.
Okay.
Just like we've seen a resurgence in mental health issues in our communities. We've seen a resurgence of substance use in our communities. And I think for most of our communities, we got pretty relaxed that things were pretty good. And then when all of these problems popped up, we didn't have anything in place, a holistic approach to address it. And we just started playing whack-a-mole.
Sure.
I mean, that's what we all have done. This really came about as a reminder from actually my colleagues in the House of Delegates when they saw coming out of COVID the increased problems we were seeing in our communities. And they remembered that this had
90s.
worked. But it's different than then. So I will tell you, it doesn't look like it did back then because we've learned a lot. We've done a lot more research. We know that there's a lot of new techniques and ways that we need to work with individuals for the long-term health of our community. And so it looks different. But the idea of it is not new, but it looks different in practice today. And so, I will credit my House colleagues who have a longer memory than I do. In that regard. So,
Okay,
but there is funding in the governor's proposed budget for continued funding of this effort. So this is not a one and done. That funding is in the proposed budget, and I do know that we've been speaking up about the importance of holding that money in there. I mean, it was depleted, right? We missed that first round in that initial pot because folks needed it. So I think you're seeing your city say, we need the help and we'll take it and use the resources. I will let you know our Commonwealth's attorney did receive some funding out of that program to share an additional assistance in the prosecution of violent crimes along with Prince George. Prince George is feeling a little bit of an uptick, not like us.
Yeah.
But folks doing bad things don't follow lines of cities and counties, right? They just go where they go. So we did get a little bit of funding for that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Gore and then Councilor Pelham.
Thank you. All right, just want to say thank you for presenting to City Council. There's been a lot of press and information circulating in regards to Council's position on this, and this is the first time we've actually had a real presentation regarding this initiative. So I'm glad we had the chance to be able to ask questions, especially with the stakeholders in the room, so our citizens can hear firsthand what we're hearing and what the questions that we're asking. In regards to this, I just wanted to clarify, go back to Councilor Holloway's question in regards to 30%. Is there a way we can get whatever statistics or benchmarks that team that you're talking about made their estimates so we can at least know what they're looking at to come up with 30%? But you don't have to come, just whatever they looked at to say 30%, can we have that so we can at least know what are they looking at? Because right now we just heard 30%, but we don't have any what is the 30% made of? That would be incredibly helpful. But then also in regards to the information that was provided to City Council to prepare for this discussion, and forgive me if I'm wrong, City Manager, I don't think there was a list of Virginia, like the examples that we said, Richmond, Norfolk, there wasn't anything provided to us about those existing Virginia communities. I just see the stuff about like North Carolina,
Yes.
Oakland, and some other places,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So do you guys have data from Richmond communities that we can be provided to look at? Because everything we had was outside of Virginia, and then some of the programs were reviews of programs that were older. Like one report was like from 2015. So it would be helpful for us to see that information.
So they can come up and talk about what they have, but we would be the first to be doing all of the aspects of it.
Okay.
So you're not going to find that deep
So
research in
Richmond
Virginia.
and Norfolk did pieces of it. You're trying to put all of it together with us.
Right. So
Okay.
you'll be the first of all the pieces being put together.
Okay.
But that research that you were provided, if you want more cities that are similar, they can provide. David Kennedy provided all the research that you all had. And you can see every city. He talked on our conference call that we had with the sheriff and the police chief about similar cities and the reduction in those numbers. So, that research is there for comparable cities, which I think is really what's most valuable to us, right? When we compare ourselves to similar cities.
Yeah.
We do that also when you look at, when you travel to other cities that you want to see, we want to be more like them. You're not going to find a huge city to compare
Yeah.
yourself to. You want something similar. But the research that I provided includes a lot of those comps. And I'm sure they will provide more if you want additional ones.
Yes. Because the data that we had was larger cities, and it was like 3 different reports. So we didn't have anything that I saw that we can really look at and compare. So that'd be helpful.
I can definitely get that. One point of clarification, the Richmond project that Mark mentioned, that was years ago. That is not recent. So there's nothing recent to reiterate that the delegate said. If you all like to read, a book that I would like to recommend is Don't Shoot by David Kennedy. David Kennedy is the creator of CEASEFIRE, Group Violence Intervention. I listened to it on Audible. It was awesome. And it really talks about a lot of naysayers and folks that just were skeptics who then, obviously it's a book promoting his program, so we understand that, but it really walks you through to understand the process, the pieces, a lot about High Point, North Carolina, places like that. So if you want an even deeper dive into things and the history, that is a great, and it goes into a lot of the systematic oppression and things of that nature that have really contributed to where we are today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll use that as a reference. Just right now, I'm just looking for general data that can be comparable. So if we can get that data that Delegate Corner mentioned, that would be helpful for us. And definitely, if we have time, we'll go into the Audible. But for right now, I'm just looking at higher level statistics to compare. I appreciate you for that. The last thing I'll ask, our chief has been standing back there for some time, and I definitely want to make sure he is acknowledged. And if he can come up to the front, I kind of have a question for him as well. And looking at this, I guess I have a couple of questions kind of to you. I'm sorry. I get that some communities do I think it was called the one-person approach and some other things. I just want to make sure, I don't know the communications that's been had since you've been here as interim, and then now you've been recently appointed the chief. You've been working on doing these community partnerships and building the infrastructure that speaks to the presentation that we just had. So I guess my question is, was there communication to say like, hey, I'm already starting this, or I have this in place, and to see how this opportunity can either feed into what you're working on or build, or is it something completely different? Because it kind of seemed like it's 2 exact programs.
No, great question. This has been enlightening to me as well, because it was not long ago that I stood before council and introduced the concept of the Good to Great Youth Intervention Program. And I noticed that John Randolph Foundation is represented here. They stepped up immediately to fund the first session of Good to Great when we were just trying to do something to give back to our community. And what I'm really inspired by what I hear is just to share this. Good to Great, the whole concept was we knew we couldn't arrest our way out of what we were seeing. So we wanted to try to establish a relationship with a group of people that we felt were at high risk, that were involved in a lot of the crimes that our police officers are dealing with. So we created the program. We've graduated to 2 sessions. But what I'm realizing now, and this is a learning process for me, what I'm learning now is when the kids graduate and doing my research on how to reduce gun violence, there's an opportunity And I think it goes along with what we all are talking about tonight, to carry on what we started. For example, a kid graduates from the Good to Great program and then they go back to school. But having a kid to graduate from the program, but having stakeholders in the community, whether it's business owners, whether it's faith-based groups or churches, standing shoulder to shoulder with the police department and say, okay, the kids have graduated from the program, they've gone through several weeks of training, now we're going to offer a job, to a kid. And it's almost like a placement program. I was doing research and I see where some cities have started a summer youth program.
We had one.
Yes, and they did that to try to reduce or stem the gun violence that they were seeing in their community. The idea is to place these kids somewhere where the structure can continue, where the role model can continue, where they're in an environment where they're being supervised, but we can also teach them something. And if they happen to make a few dollars along the way, maybe that's an incentive for them to continue to show up. So I just share that part of the learning process is when I came to you all, John Randolph Foundation got on board, City Council got on board, and many of our citizens that are here tonight that also teach in the Good to Great program got on board. But we also now have learned that we've got to continue that fight, and we can't do it alone as a police department. So going forward, looking for opportunities for business owners to get on board, looking up, and I said it, churches to get on board where we can place these kids throughout the community and just see how many kids can we find a job for to get them off the street. So here in Hopewell, we have year-round school, so schools have partnered with the Good to Great program. I see the Commonwealth Attorney here tonight. They have referred kids to the Good to Great program. So we have partnerships that are in place, but we can't stop there. And this is an opportunity to continue those partnerships by putting those kids somewhere and hopefully get them engaged in something positive and get them off the street and let that lend towards reducing some of what our police officers are chasing as far as the statistics.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that answered my question. So thank you so much. So I'll ask Delegate Corner, in regards to what the chief just mentioned, I was looking at the guidelines for the grant, and it seems like it can be, you have to have a program manager, and then you have to flesh out your program, your budget. Can our grant submission match what the chief is saying he needs to expand his program? Or do we need to go a different route in order to qualify for this?
So the Chiefs program is one piece of this, but it's not all of it, right?
Okay.
So, I think while I'll repeat what I said to them, we have a lot of individual pieces of this already going really well in our city, but they're not coordinated and it's not unified voice, and we're not pulling members from the small groups and making sure their long-term needs are being met so they don't go back into those small groups. He cannot do that by himself. He can't really do it at all. He's got to be our police chief. And so that's where the coordinated efforts of having a program coordinator work with all that. When they go through Good to Great, there's a handoff for the next thing that it takes in the roadmap for that individual to be successful.
Right. So I think maybe you misunderstood what I was saying in terms of I said program manager, because I think that's what I read in the grant. So if we apply for this and we say we're going to have a program manager to do all these partnerships, we can feed off of his program to keep doing the connection to the larger conversation. Because I think he just mentioned about stakeholders he's already talking to, these coalitions he's building.
Yes.
So it can feed into that. Okay, so want to make sure it's not going to compete against it, but add to it. No. And then the program manager, if we were to apply for this, the chief would select, the council would select. Who does that and who oversees that program coordinator or manager?
So, the idea would be that real life that has gone through the training would come in and help us set up and be that coordinator initially and start here. And they would be working with the groups like Good to Great that have already gotten started, looking to hire more people in the city, that we have folks who are already working in individual things and bringing them all together into one place. So building our hometown team. But they already have the skill set and the ability to come in and be that roadmap. And I think that it actually makes it a lot easier. I think sometimes when we've tried to collaborate in our community on things, if one individual group takes the lead, then others think, well, they've got it and I can go on. I think it's important that we have some folks that have been trained in this that can see the strengths of all of our individual groups and people and can keep them unified and stuck together and not thinking we don't need your skill. Because sometimes that's happened with folks who've been doing great work in our community and they kind of feel like they've been overlooked or there's nobody really paying attention to what they're doing. and they slip back in, and we don't want anybody to slip back. We want everybody to stay at the seat at the table. So I think that's the gift that real life can bring for us, is the training that they've already had, and develop our hometown team for us using our existing people and programs that we already have, and then telling us where we need to add to once that deep dive and depth look. There may be things that we're missing that we need to figure out. Do we have those peoples and groups in the city? We just haven't brought them to the table yet, or is it something we need to figure out how to build?
Okay, so you would like for us to apply, but will we apply, say that we want them to come into the city?
Yes.
Okay, that's your recommendation. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Pelham?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the efforts, and I think what the expressions you said that we whacked at things over the years, and I think I've been here long enough to know that's very much true. So, and Good to Great, like you said, is just a program that will be a product of what you're talking about to carry the ball for the young people into adulthood. We concentrate so much on the older kids that may be committing crimes that we don't pay attention to their siblings and their little cousins that look up to them and give them an alternative. And this is the ultimate alternative, I think, that you're talking about, to get everybody together, in every socially, civically, school, educationally, everything. So we've had 32 years, I said 33 years ago when I got out of the military, Hopewell was savable. And it truly is a beacon of light for a lot of places. But we kill each other by talking about each other and won't come together as the ultimate. We had Boys and Girls Club. We had a jobs program that Miss Betty Ware and the school system put out that trained kids. Everything started, but when one person leaves, then it goes away. So we do have all the elements here. If everybody's willing to work together and collaborate, put our personal agendas aside, I think we could be a successful city. And I think, thank you for the effort. I think it can work. No, it can work if everybody's, on the same sheet of music. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Denton?
Yes, I would just like to echo Councilor Pelham's, the fact that you all came tonight. You're with us, and I think we are all very thankful that you have come here to give us this program. Yes, we do have some programs started, but we're not making the headways I think a lot of us would like to be making. And I like the fact that the programs will be available to whoever wants to commit crimes in our city. If they want to stop, they can get help. But if they don't, if they make that choice, Hopewell is going to be tough. We've got to show them we're going to win, not you. And this program, I think, will show us this. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else on City Council that would like to ask a question before we open it up to the audience? Okay. Seeing no lights. All right. If anyone from the audience would like to come and ask a question on the presentation, please come forward, and we ask that you state your name and the ward that you live in.
Good evening. I'm Ed Pappas. I live in Ward 1. I had 3 or 4 items that I noted while I was listening to the presentation. So am I limited to just one, or can I address all of them? Okay. The first is the 30% number. And I heard a couple counselors ask about that, and to me that it wasn't clear. What I understood the 30% was it was an estimated reduction in the number of homicides, not a reduction in violence. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay. And was that 30% from real life, or was it from the CEASEFIRE program, that figure?
The CEASEFIRE program is the one that stated that was the estimate.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Because as I understand, real life is just a component of this.
Correct.
Okay. Then because I just want to be sure there's not, because it seemed to me there was some conflation of the two. Okay, all right. All right. And the real life program, all right, is active in Richmond, as I understood. Okay. But what wasn't clear from, especially from my, well, I thought I understood it until I heard some of the questions. The CEASEFIRE program, okay, is not in Richmond. Okay, it's kicking off in Norfolk. That's initially in the Commonwealth. That's basically where it's kicking off. Okay, all right.
There's other jurisdictions that are working on kicking it off. As a part of the governor's goals line, the governor has identified 12 localities in Virginia that are going to be, but they're working on it. I would say that Hopewell is ahead of all of those localities.
Okay. And one of the reasons I asked about that is that...
Mr. Pappas, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you speak into the microphone? Because some in the audience are having a hard time hearing you.
But then also he was going to say something.
All right. One of the reasons I asked about that was that I just recently read in the Richmond paper, and this is among council members there, all right, Richmond a while back started talking about, I think Mayor Stoney introduced it, a group violence intervention. But in Richmond, they're wondering what happened. You know, what's going on with this group violence intervention that the mayor addressed. So that's not anything to do with this. All right. Okay. And one comment I had on this as I listened to the presentation, and I see the same thing in other programs. We talk about the sheriff's department being involved and council being involved and the police department being involved. But what I'm not hearing is where is the judiciary involved? Because to me, that's the leg that closes anything out that you do, is you have to have the judiciary on board. And I've not, I haven't heard anything about that.
That's a very important component. And in the first call-in in Norfolk, actually, who opened the meeting was the chief judge. And so, yes, that is a very important component as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can go ahead and address it, and then I think the gentleman from the Attorney General's office, did you have something that you also wanted to say?
I just think it's important for those who are watching and can't hear the sidebar answers that are happening, that someone come up to the microphone and finish it out, because they could hear the questions but not necessarily what was being said. This is not happening in the city of Richmond. The questions about real life had its own set. They were giving the historical context, right? Real life runs its own programs and other things as well, multifaceted, but they went in and did the training specifically to help cities coordinate in this effort. So they're trained to come in and help get started with group violence intervention. So those are the differences, right? And so they would be coming in to find people in our city to be part of our team here. That's what it would look like here.
Good afternoon. I have two questions actually in reference to the ceasefire, Operation Ceasefire. I've seen this program done in some other places, and I wasn't here for your presentation, so I apologize for that. One, I wanted to know within the program, I know when it originated in Boston, they had the judiciary, like someone else was talking about, where young people under the age of 18, if they were found in possession of a gun, committing a violent crime, a part of the program is that they must divulge where the gun came from in order to benefit from anything judiciary would be willing to offer them. Is that built into the model that we're thinking about for our city?
Yes, yeah. And before you answer that, Ms. Bowman, do you mind just stating your name and that's okay.
My name is Bridget Bowman.
And I know you don't live in Hopewell, but
I'm a Hopewell native, but my business is here. I practice juvenile law here in the city.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that question. That is not a component of this program. What the judiciary, the Commonwealth, in that, they will handle things in the fashions that they handle it in. That said, the example that you just gave is not a component of this program. This is not a program of tell on your friends and we'll let you off. This is a program of we are going to provide you an opportunity to change your life, and we really hope you take advantage of it. But if you don't and you go out and shoot, you are going to be the one that we're going after. So it's more of that. Yes, ma'am.
And my second question is, it's more systemic. Unfortunately, as an African-American woman, it pains me to say that we had 9 murders in our city. All of those victims were African-American. Perhaps all the suspects are African-American. My question is, as we're developing this program, are we also going to be thinking about disproportionate minority contact and how that is going to affect our young people in this city? And thank you.
Another great question. Thank you. I think one of the beauties of this program is that when the National Network for Safe Communities comes in, they examine the city from the bottom to the top to all pieces of it as a part of not only the problem analysis, but the ongoing shooting reviews and such as that. And so things such as what you referenced are absolutely a part of the discussion, because if things such as disproportionate contacts and things of that nature, if that is having an effect, which we know that it will, then that's going to be a part of the discussion, because the long-term holistic approach is trying to address all of these facets so they're all taken care of. So in the manner that that will be taken care of, I don't know, but I do know that it will be a part of the discussion and something that they really look into, and that in David Kennedy's book, he talks a lot about those sorts of situations as well.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Frenchie Jones, and I'm a community partner. I don't live here in Hopewell either, but I do have a question. First of all, I want to say I think everybody is fed up, right, as we kind of marched and said on Monday, enough is enough. However, I'm wondering if the council has received any information, data, or case studies on adverse impact from either real life or from Delegate Coiner. No? Is that a no?
None that I have seen.
Okay. So is there a plan to offer any case studies or any information about adverse impact in communities? Because I think when you're making decisions like these, it's important to be able to kind of evaluate both sides, right? The pros and the cons. That's all I have.
I think if you look at the studies that have been provided, they actually go through and say the things that were successful and what were not. There are no specific, every study and every project that's happened, there have been successes. There have been things that they didn't impact and weren't problem solvers for. And I think that is an adverse effect, right? There are things that you would hope you reduced and you did not. Something didn't go the way you thought it would. But they all had something that was positive. If you look at Boston, they didn't impact so much in some other areas, but their youth violence went down tremendously. So you can look at the different studies that are provided, and David Kennedy will provide us as many of the research information from the various cities that they've been in across the country. So that's not an issue. Every place that they've been, we can get the information about the research and data behind it. I will say, though, if you stop your efforts, right, if we stop working together, things go back again, right? So it's important. It's just like anything else. We have some great things going on. We had great programs for our youth before COVID, right? We had Ballin' After Dark, and we had all sorts of things going on, and COVID stopped it all. And until we reopened the well, right, we had gaps for kids. And so that's just one piece of what group violence intervention, right? That's a resource that's available to keep folks from making good choices. And so that's just one example. We can't stop doing things. If we're going to shift and we say that what we're doing is not working, we need to have a plan for, well, then what is our next step that we're going to take as something that we think will work. So, and like I said, this is not a The goal is not at all, we do not want anyone locked up, right? The message is safe, alive, and free. Our goal is to have anybody who lives in Hopewell end up in Riverside. That's my goal. I don't want anybody in Riverside who lives in the city of Hopewell. And if that's our goal, we have a lot of work to do, right? We have a lot of work to do because it's not a good place. It's not. It's not good for our neighbors. It's not good for the people there. It's not good for their families. There's a lot of problems there. So again, the goal is to keep every person safe, alive, and free. And that's every person in our city.
And I think Councilor Holloway has a follow-up question.
I do have one too for the citizens.
Okay.
My question would be, I understand that we have a project coordinator that would have to head up the program and so forth. Will that particular person be responsible for bringing other entities together? Will they be making the deciding factors to come forth? Because, as you said, there are a lot of community partnerships that can come forth, and I'm trying to figure out, because once that person is in place, I don't know if it's something that council will come back and say, like, if it's not, if for instance, citizens, council, or anyone observe that this is not diversified enough, how do we address that issue?
The good news is there's so many layers of oversight with this program. I don't see that becoming an issue. But if it was, there, like I said, so what I mean by that is there is, and I'm happy to email this because I know that this is a ton. There's an executive board. So if Real Life acts as the coordinator, we are the boots on the ground, literally coordinating, making the calls, scheduling the meetings, things of that nature. But I won't say it stops at coordination, but there's so many other pieces. So there's an executive board that is primarily elected officials from that area. I compare it to the direction that a nonprofit board takes for a nonprofit. So that's kind of the ultimate oversight. They meet about on a quarterly basis once the program is up and running. Before then, obviously, it's going to be more. Then there's a board underneath that is a community board. So those are community members and people within the community that operate on a day-to-day basis working with the citizens of Hopewell. Most likely, it would have somebody from the police department and the sheriff's department on it, not the sheriff or the chief. They'd be a part of the executive, but more of a boots on the ground that works within the community. That would be, the churches, whether it be a pastor or an elder. That would be, the grandma that lives in the part of Hopewell that everyone loves and respects and knows everybody. It would be the social services, the community. It would be all of those would be around the table and a part of this. Then you've got an implementation team. The implementation team are the ones that literally meet on an weekly basis. There is a standing meeting every single week. The implementation team meets, and then they report back to the different bodies that are there. And so there's so many levels of oversight. The other piece that I will add is the way that the National Network advises for this to get started, if you all were to give the green light, would be we would have 2 meetings initially. The first one would be with all of the government stakeholders that basically goes over the ins and the outs, all of the details, the responsibilities, the boards, all of that. And so then at that point, those stakeholders can go back to the office and the Commonwealth Attorney can say, who in my office is going to be the point person? The chief can say the same thing, etc. We'd have a similar meeting on the community side where we would literally invite every community stakeholder, every community organization. We would, Real Life would probably take the initial effort to put together a spreadsheet of everybody. And then we would circulate it around to whomever to make sure we're not missing everybody. And then we would have a very similar meeting there explaining the ins and outs. And then we'd have some sign-up sheets. What do you want to do? What role are you willing to play? Are you willing to play a role? What trainings do you want to participate in? We have some resources we're bringing to the table. We've received grant funding for over $60,000 worth of amazing, amazing training that we would be bringing in to the people of Hopewell that would be interested. We We have a community resilience model that really works into going into communities to help them heal after tragic situations. We have a curriculum where we train resilience ambassadors that are community members. So we would go through all of that and determine who wants to be a part and how. And then from there, we would break out, okay, we're going to do this training then. We're going to, have you all at the call-ins, et cetera. So it's a lot of planning and orchestrating that we, would help facilitate.
And my final question is, could you give us the timeline where, with grants, there's exceptionally the timeline. Can you allow everyone to know tonight what that timeline is looking like?
So in my discussion with the national network, their thought is if Hopewell makes a decision this month, that means that's quick. I understand that, but we're also talking about life and death here. So it's not something that I think anybody can drag their feet on. But if Hopewell was willing to make a decision this month, we would start the problem analysis in February. That would probably take about 2 months. They would then come in for GVI University. After that, we'd work on all those community meetings, and by June 1, we would have our first call-in.
Thank you.
So, yes.
All right. Counselor Gore had a follow-up question as well, and then we'll go back to the citizens.
If you don't mind, we can. So just going back to the questions about the grant itself, that we have the packet in front of us. You said a decision this month, but I thought the grant deadline was like a couple days from now.
Yeah, me too.
That's even better.
No, but I mean, since we still have to talk and figure this like, so what is
Because
this?
I thought it was like the 13th.
Yeah.
It is. 13.
So there's two different pathways. I was hoping by 4 o'clock today we would know that we didn't have to worry about a deadline for funding, and I still think that's the case. But we would be putting in for additional monies by the end of next week if we didn't have the path that I thought we would have by 4 o'clock today, guaranteed. But next week, it's actually next Friday would be what we'd be looking at. But I feel confident in speaking with the administration that we are going to have the funds that we're going to need. It's just which pathway we're going to use to get there. So
let's just say to have everyone have time, because like I said, we just, all of us for the first time in hearing this, have a chance to ask questions together. So if we go debrief, have conversations, and really talk about this, by the end of the month, we can, if we come to a conclusion, then we'll still be good with your timeline.
no.
Okay, she's shaking her head yes.
With her money pathway, right? So the easy money pathway, the answer is yes. If that's not guaranteed, I have to put in a request for the funding, and so that's where the faster forward. It'll be public next week if I have to put in an additional ask.
So the deadline is the 13th for us.
Yes.
Okay, so the 13th. Okay, so then I'll go back to my
If
question.
there isn't the easy pathway, which I thought we might know about by today, but we didn't. So it may become easier between now and then. But
between
that
now and
stop
the
is me.
13th, you'll tell the city manager if your other pathway comes forward. But
Yes.
until then, look forward to the 13th for us to
Yes.
make a decision. Okay, so then going back to this grant submission, just quick questions to understand. It says you have to have a project director, so that would be the city manager based on this write-up. In terms of for the grant, the state grant, it says you have to have a project director, and it says it's the county or city manager.
So we'd actually be piggybacking off of Real Life's already existing grant that they've
so
received.
I can just do away. This part of the questions is because we
Yeah.
have in our packet a whole grant application.
So that's if we did not move the path with working with Real Life. So
Okay.
we have the ability, because Real Life has already been the recipient of a grant, and they've already gone through the training, of allowing them just to immediately step in and start working with us, and then supplementing the funding. That would be where I would come in. So you wouldn't have to go through that process.
Okay.
So if we're not going to be working with Real Life, then it creates a whole nother level of figuring out who that
And
coordinator
that's where
is.
this comes into.
Correct. So
Got
you
it.
actually don't need to do any paperwork, which is really helpful right now. So that's why it's really a blessing for us that we have a grant recipient and we have a group that's already gone through the training that's willing to help us speed things up so that our city, given the situation we're in with the amount of increased violence this year, can get started faster. The whole reason for bringing them in is to really speed up our process and for them to help us get our own boots on the ground with our own hometown people going a little faster than other cities.
It boils down to, if we want to move forward, do we want to move forward with Real Life and going through her process, which is February, and a decision by this month, or going with you and we develop our own project coordinator, all that stuff, and submit the grant by the 13th?
Not the grant by the 13th, but I would need to look
Don't
at
look
funding
into
stream.
the fund
Correct.
by the 13th. Got it. Tracking. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is D'Archie Lewis. I live here in Hopewell, and I do extensive work in the community. I didn't get here in time to really hear what your presentation was, but I got a couple of questions to ask you, like, when it comes to burglary.
Mr. Lewis, do you mind speaking into the mic?
When it comes to burglary, different other crimes like grand larceny, petty larceny, even people that set fires, they have a criteria that they go to that they can decide whether or not this thing happened again. But when it comes to homicide and murder, there really is no criteria. And what I want to know is that dealing with drugs every day and people that use drugs, I know a lot of them lose it up here. So with the program bringing, what do y'all got from mental health? And not only that, what do you have with addiction? Because a lot of these crimes coming from addiction, and a lot of them coming from mental health after using so many drugs for so many years that they're not right really in their state of mind that they should be acting in. So I really want to know what part of that do the program have to bring in. And before I finish, I'm letting you know that I'm with it. But I just want to know what part they bring. Thank you.
Well, I will first say it sounds to me like you are going to be a part of that. So thank you for speaking up and signing up. But no, as a part of that, initial, we hope you can change. And if you do, we have all the tools you may need. There's an assessment piece that is done as to what somebody needs. Most likely it's going to include mental health and addiction recovery services. That's what we do. You probably missed the part that I said we have 12 recovery houses in the city of Richmond, 126 beds. So that's what we do. That's our expertise. We have our own curriculum that I wrote that we use that's based in behavior modification for people suffering from substance use disorder. So all of that would be a part of it. However, there are so many resources already in Hopewell that we would also make a part of it. So if we decided that somebody needed mental health, we would work with the providers here to make sure that they are seen. So this is not real life coming in and doing everything. This is making sure that the people in Hopewell, the groups in Hopewell, are making sure that all of these facets are taken care of. Now, what we probably will notice is there's going to be some gaps. There's gaps in everywhere that you look. And then that's, again, where us as a group are going to sit down and say, housing is an issue. These folks want to get off the street, but they've got to be housed. What are we going to do? And so we're going to have some of those conversations so that we can determine where those gaps are and make sure that those services are ultimately able to be provided. And that, again, is something that we can help do and, help facilitate and guide some of those conversations as well.
One of the things I would add to that, as Sarah was talking about, they have beds, recovery homes. One of the things, like I'll use City of Refuge and some of our other places that we already have here in Hopewell, and meeting with different groups, they'd like to be able to provide more recovery housing, but we don't have a strong network of anybody who's already done that in our city. That's where having a resource like Real Life, who they've done it, they're partnered with the folks who know how to do it and can help our own folks who are here develop safe homes for folks to live in who are on that journey of recovery. So that's the beauty of it. Like, we have folks who want to do it and they're just like, okay, what's the next step in order to do more? And we're going to get some resources when we want them. And the things that we already have, it's just coordinating them and bringing them together. So, and people are tired. I do want to say that our groups that are doing work in our city are tired because they're doing work. It's like good to great. Looking at my friend Nikita Mitchell, who's back there, they're tired, but they keep working, right? We're exhausting. We're a small city. And so, sometimes, I see other people in the news that are getting help from other places. And it makes me angry that we're not, I'll be honest, because our people are working hard to save our city. We just don't have all the same resources as other places. And so that's what I really think Real Life brings to the table for us, is some of the skills and things that they've been able to get from other places and help with bringing some energy back and folks to go, you're seen, you're doing the work, and we're going to help uplift you and make it a little easier to keep doing the hard work that you're doing, because it is amazing work. You can't go to a good to great graduation and not go, man, our city is in good hands with the young people who are deciding they're going to be part of solutions. But we can't exhaust our leaders and our adults who are in such a small place doing that work. So.
No,
Mr. Pappas, do you mind just waiting until the next two, and then we'll do another round for those that have already spoken?
Good evening. My name is Jackie Shornack, and I first want to thank Delegate Carrie Corner for stepping in to help us. Right now, we need all the resources we can get, and I hope that council will embrace this new program coming in. And thank you again to all the state people that are coming in to help. One of the questions I had was we have parents out there that are part of the problem when it comes to our children, and I want to know what resources are there, or are there any resources for parents that can help them with their children and get them back on the way? But that's one of my questions. And I also want to know, does this program address gang issues, or is that not part of this particular program? I mean, we do have gang issues in the city of Hopewell, and we have violence. As you can see, our numbers have gone up, skyrocketed. So, we embrace this program, but I just want to know if it has any elements about gangs, about parent resources, and also how are you going to communicate what this program does to the citizens? Because a lot of times we don't get those communications. We don't know, okay, well, so how's it going? Unless you are on one of these community groups, you don't know anything. The average citizen doesn't know anything. So we want to be communicated to see how effective this program is. Thank you.
There are a number of classes that will go along with the interventions that are done. One of them is cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT for short. Probably a lot of you all have heard of it. There is a specific curriculum of CBT that is geared towards violent offenders. So we would be instituting that among the folks that we intervene and work with. We also have Darrell back here as our coordinator of our domestic violence intervention program. There is, believe it or not, no curriculums in the country for perpetrators of domestic violence other than batterers intervention, which the data does not show positive results from that because it is a very old curriculum and it does not deal with trauma. We partnered with the Virginia Department of Health, developed an amazing curriculum. We are rolling it out within our program currently in the Henrico Jail next week, in February in the Chesterfield Jail, but that will be a component of it. The lady who asked about the adverse impact, one of the interesting things of group violence intervention is they do so much data and so much research, which will be available to everybody and anybody, but they look for what areas are not touched, what is happening with the people that we've intervened with. And in many localities, what they found is these folks are not going out shooting guns, they're not committing homicides, but they're ending up in the jail for assault charges, domestic assault charges. And there is a very strong correlation between at-home domestic violence and community gun violence. And so that is something that we will address, because we don't want you shooting in the community and we don't want you beating somebody up in your house either. So through that program that Darrell leads, we will bring that in to deal with specific problems. There's a screening to determine, not everyone's gonna need it or be eligible, but we have a screening to determine who are perpetrators and who needs that intervention. And then we also could bring to the table, we have an awesome motherhood program, we've got an awesome fatherhood program, a co-parenting program. I think one of the biggest components though is we don't want to come in and just say, here's real life and here's what we're doing. Right. We really want to see what is it that Hopewell has and what can Hopewell partners and people provide. And where there are gaps, we can come in. So if there is a gap in a parenting curriculum, we've got it covered. But there very well may be an awesome family parenting curriculum in Hopewell. So boom, we'll bring that in and have that a part of the intervention pieces that we provide to the individuals identified.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tavares Marks. I'm a business owner here in the 7th Ward, Councilman Holloway's ward. Actually, I had thoughts on speaking tonight, but I watched the program, and Dr. Scarborough and I actually have worked together before. And I thought I would be a perfect example, a lot of questions on, well, who's real life? And, what are they going to do? I wanted to make sure I brought my perspective on working with real life before. Of course, now an insurance company here, but my prior career, I was administrator of the Virginia Department of Health. So she talked about the fatherhood program, the motherhood program, the violence intervention program. I have firsthand knowledge as an administrator working hand in hand with real life in the city of Richmond, as well as Richmond City Jail, to where we saw the results of the program they ran. We saw the professionalism in which they worked with. And I give you a quick story. As a matter of fact, one of our candidates, one of our participants we had in the program, he and his child's mother went through both our programs through VDH as well as real life. I want to tell you how important it was. This gentleman, I met him in Richmond City Jail. He came home. We gave him the services he needed. He had some mental health issues, had some drug addiction issues. We worked with him through those issues. But something happened in the summer of 2020. We lost funding for that program. That same gentleman later on that fall went on to commit a double murder in Henrico because he did not have those resources anymore. He didn't have anyone to go back to talk to. He didn't have Johnny, who was his counselor, to speak with and work with. Because we didn't have the funding to fund the staff anymore. I think Hopewell has a golden opportunity right now to step up to the plate and do something for the city, do something for our community members, as well as do something for our youth. And I urge you all to really take this opportunity seriously. I also want to step up and say that if this program does come here, if you're looking for business owners to work with, I want to help employ our youth here. I want to help to give them job skills that can take them not just to be successful here in Hopewell, but beyond the city of Hopewell. Thank you for your time this evening.
I omitted one very important person, and listening to Tavares talk reminded me, our Crater Health District director, Dr. Hart, participated in our first meeting on this as well. And Dr. Hackney is also fully supportive. And I failed to omit, because they weren't here in the room as I was looking around at who to talk about. But having our Crater Health District director in support is extremely important, because he, of course, oversees all of the supports that we get with our health clinics, our mental health needs, and all of those components. And he's all in and extremely supportive. So it's important that I mention him, as well as our school superintendent, Dr. Hackney. So it reminded me, I failed to admit that they were involved in our initial conversations, because they're important key components, too, in our leadership. So.
All right. Is there anyone else from the audience before we do a second round? Oh.
Question, is it to ask questions?
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Philip Hughes. I'm a local business owner in Ward 1. And I think my question is about the judicial side of it. One of the things that's been pretty big throughout the Commonwealth is the complaints that our officers are putting their lives on the line, making the arrest, being boots on the ground. And though we said we don't want people to spend their lives behind bars, and we want to give them the resources to make good choices, but there's always going to be bad apples. So what part of this is going to be the change for the people who reject the system and say, I don't want your help, I don't want to change, this is the life I'm choosing? How are we going to keep them off the streets? How is the officers that are going to run after these people and arrest them and put their lives at stake not see the same person walking down the street that very afternoon? So I think that's something that's on all of our hearts.
Chief, I want you to know, Mark Farrow again. I don't know if we're doing seconds yet or not. Chief reached out to me today, so thank you, Chief. We'll be in touch. Gosh, so much has been talked about. The speaker before the last speaker, the business owner, said, we just need to do something. She referenced John Butler in Norfolk, who is doing something, doing the call-ins, doing a piece of CEASEFIRE, because, and he was one of our Project Safe Neighborhood prosecutors, our cross-designated U.S. attorney prosecutors, who is now U.S. attorney in Norfolk, doing the call-in program almost, independently from anyone else. And the way that he described it to me was sort of like drug court. He has all the existing programs that are in Norfolk as a plethora of opportunities for those that he called in to say, hey, we know all of the crimes that are happening in this community. We know that somehow you're connected to them, possibly connected to them. You can either continue down that path, or you could take advantage of, and he's got the churches, the DSS, the substance abuse, the jobs programs, the business owners, all of those folks here. So you have door A, which is the U.S. Attorney's Office, DEA, ATF, the Attorney General's Office, and the U.S. Attorney saying, we're here for you if you don't choose door B, which is all of these opportunities to do the right thing. So when he asks about the judicial side, you have a strong Commonwealth attorney here. I will say that we talked about the 12 cities, and you asked a lot of statistics about the statistics and how we came up with the cities. The governor and the attorney general are the governor and attorney general for all of Virginia. So Emporia, Petersburg, Martinsville, all similar populations were chosen, not because they were more worthy or more ready, strictly based on crime, because we had to start somewhere. If we were to look at Hopewell now, you would have knocked a couple of those off the list. And so I say that to say, if you start now, Sarah's right. We have 12 cities that we're getting ready to launch ceasefire or some portion of ceasefire in. However, if Hopewell steps up, says, we're going to do this, and we're going to do the whole program, no one, we're the leader of all of Virginia, but you have a leader right here that is saying we can bring this program, Delegate Corner, to Hopewell, and you'll be the first to embrace all of it. If you do that, we can't help but bring the resources to fill those gaps and seams of whatever is not available here in Hopewell. When Sarah talks about bringing coordination, collaboration, she really means it. If we could put her in every city, we would. And so the only sort of stop here is she going to come here before we take her to every other city? To answer your question about the judicial, if the Commonwealth's attorney, decides that this case, merits a higher prosecution, we will have those 6 U.S. attorneys cross-designated at the Attorney General's office to be able to take those cases to a federal level and to be able to bring the strongest possible case against those individuals. If that is necessary and they choose door A and not door B, then we will be there to handle that situation. Enough is enough, and we are the heavy in that situation. So that falls on us, and we will take care of it. So to answer your question, that is sort of what's happening. There is, to answer the lady's question, there is a juvenile detention order in place right now that if a juvenile does commit a crime with a gun, that they are mandatorily held until such time that they can be brought before a judge. That is something new that has just been reinstated recently, and it's having a tremendous impact. I'm telling you that Hopewell is ready. I can see it in all of your eyes. I can hear it in the communities. I know there's some uncertainty about how it will go, but you know where you are now, and you can be somewhere a lot better if you embrace this program. So.
All right. At this time, we will start a second round of questions for citizens.
You have a light, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to let citizens finish, then we're going to regroup with City Council.
I have a question for Councilor Gore.
Mr. Pappas, for this meeting, if you have a specific question for a specific counselor, we ask that you just wait to the end of the meeting to ask that individual.
It had to do with a remark she made that relates to the topic.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Councilor Gore, a question you framed a little earlier, I understood you to, if I understood you correctly, to express an option between having a project manager that was chosen here or the project manager that came, for example, from real life. Did I hear that correctly?
No, I was seeking clarification and actually I'm a little confused about the protocol that's happening here.
Well, I mean,
So just for clarification, in our packet for city council, we have the grant application, and what I was getting was clarification on what was being presented versus what's in our packet. In our packet, the grant parameters say that you must have a program manager, a program director, a financial director, a budget, a whole scope, and everything like that. That's what earlier when he first came up, I had kind of asked him the questions because I was reading off of the packet.
Okay.
So listening to what was said in the presentation, I was like, these things are not matching.
Okay.
And so I was trying to get clarity on what exactly are our options here, and I received that. So our packet pretty much is one option. What was presented is another option.
Okay, because I just want to be sure that we weren't considering having a homegrown project manager when we could take advantage of, you know, someone that's got a track record and the expertise.
Well, it's not my decision. It's up to council. So it's
Yes.
council's decision to choose between if they want to apply for the grant or to go with the option that Delegate Corner is presenting to us tonight. So it's all 7 officials up here to decide which pathway they choose to go down. I was just trying to get clarity on what the options were for our consideration.
All right, thank you.
all right. Are there any other questions from citizens?
Hello, my name is Brianna Drzezinski, and I'm from Ward 6. So how long after the program starts does it normally take to notice a change? And then also, are there parts of the program, of this program that focuses on bringing community together? If so, do you happen to have a few examples of that? Sorry, I'm not really good at public speaking.
So I'm going to say something that's not super popular, but Councilman Holloway's already heard me say it once in a meeting. You know, community events are really important for the spirit and energy of our community.
Absolutely.
Vigils, when bad things happen, are really important for healing for us and for our community. But none of those change the violence that's going to happen. The members in those small groups are not showing up to our community events. We're not changing their lives. They are not showing up to our vigils, right? Don't get me wrong, those things are important for us. They are important for the good people who live here. They are important for our joy and to keep us going. And they're important for our mourning and for our losses together. But they are not components of what fix what's going on. So very, very important for us, but they don't impact the long-term outcomes for impacting of violence. The first part of that question, I'll turn over to somebody else over here to address.
So after the program is actually implemented, which would be about 3 or 4 months after the green light occurs, you're looking at maybe 4 months or so until you can see an initial result. You know, you might in the first month or 2 see a dip in crime, but can we really say maybe it's the weather? You know, there's so many factors. But then really the longer that time goes by, the longer you can see. You know, we really need to compare December of this year to December of next year. We can't compare December to July. And so, you know, you really need a full calendar year to really be able to make those comparisons and also see the dips. But as I referenced earlier, one of the most important things is this must become a part of the infrastructure of Hopewell, from what the chief does with the police department on down, because if it does not, you will see a dip. There's no question in my mind there will be a dip. This is the best gun violence reduction program in the country and in the world. They are doing in Australia right now. They have Switzerland. They've got literally worldwide right now. But if you stop it, crime eventually is going to go back up. And so you've got to put it in the infrastructure. So the call-ins and all of these types of processes continue to occur. So you continue to see crime at the same level and not spike again.
All right. Are there any other citizens?
Hi, my name is Shonda. I'm new to Hopewell, so I've only been here about 2 years, so I don't know what ward. I live on Boston Street, so I don't know which ward I'm in. I've had a long day. I woke up this morning to a bullet hole in my house, and I want to know, as far as the preventive measures, this program, is it going to be cameras? Is it going to be something? Because I have a 10-year-old who is now scared, to come home because of what happened last time. And so I just want to know what the preventive measures, because I know cameras, they do help. And because I have a Ring camera, the girl across the street from me had a Ring camera, and where they shot at was in a trail, and they ran back towards the other street, and they didn't, because they know my camera would have caught their cars. So I just want to know the preventive. I've had a long day, so if I'm a little shaken, I'm just, but that's what I wanted to ask.
So we have, Chief will probably come up and talk a little bit about this, but we have some, to the grant application process. We have, and Delegate Pointer spoke to this, there are a lot of grant opportunities that will be coming out. There's a few $1 million left in the CEASEFIRE fund. There's a few $1 million left in the Firearm Violence Intervention Prevention Fund. There is $60 million left in the Technology and Equipment Fund. All of that will be going out between now and June. So there'll be plenty of opportunity to apply for that. In the technology grant, under the ARPA grants, there are opportunities for LPRs, for cameras, for technology that can connect to all of the existing cameras in Hopewell. So there is a lot of technology that can be brought to a city that embraces Operation CEASEFIRE and applies for the funding that is available. So you'll be seeing the Firearm Violence Intervention Prevention Fund solicitation coming out very, very soon. Another CEASEFIRE coming out, and the technology grant will be coming out with the hope of dispersing it by July 1. Chief?
Very good.
There's no way I can stay seated after hearing the last speaker come forward. There's no way. And I tell you, the hope that I see in this room tonight is by the volume of people that have shown up. In the year that I've been here in the city of Hopewell, I think this is the most people that I've seen at a council meeting. But I say that I'm also excited and energized tonight by hearing what you all are presenting, because we do a lot of things in Hopewell. We have a lot of different programs, but the coordination piece can be stronger. The community piece can be stronger. And I am sorry that you woke up with a bullet hole in your house. But I would tell you that I'm also energized because I know council has taken the step to provide funding for technology that's going to help us as we move forward. Technology that we've not had access to since I've been here. Technology that's going to help us to develop leads. Technology, and I know the citizens say, well, why isn't it here now? We're working with the vendor, but I can tell you the contract not only has been signed, but the check has been cut. Okay? The check has been cut. Now, we're just coming off of the holidays, and that's no excuse. But I can tell you this week we have been in direct contact with the vendors because we need the technology yesterday. We're going to continue to push. I would tell you that the police officers in this city are working very hard. And that still doesn't make you feel better because you woke up with a bullet hole in your house. But I want you to understand that we are working directly with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, with the U.S. Attorney, we are working with state police. We've stood up a street crimes unit. When I came here to the city of Hopewell, we did not have a street crimes unit because of manpower. That's not a complaint, but I'm telling you, since I've been here, we have started a street crimes unit. I heard someone criticize the fact that the chief started a street crimes unit with only 2 people. But that's what I had to work with. But I'm thankful because Superintendent Gary Settle with State Police reached out to me directly, and he has provided resources to supplement what we're doing with our street crime unit. And we're going to continue to build. So I say to the citizens that are here tonight, I am energized by seeing you here tonight. I am energized by seeing our community saying enough is enough. We have men and women that wear the uniform that I wear. And I tell you, the job is dangerous out there on the street. I come out purposely on the night shift. I come out purposely on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve to work with the men and women that are working because I want to lead by example. But I can tell you that policing today is a lot different than it was 31 years ago when I started my career. There are different challenges out there on the street today. I am energized tonight by what I hear because a lot of times the police take the brunt of it. What are the police doing? What are the police doing? But what I've heard tonight is it is important that when people come out of Riverside Regional Jail, they come out and bring their problems with them. They bring their addictions with them. They bring their mental health challenges with them. We do not get an invitation when someone's about to pull the trigger. The police do not know ahead of time that a crime is about to happen. So I've said before, the first time I spoke to council, and I share again, we can't arrest our way out of this. It has to be a community approach. It has to be a community approach. And to have a safer Hopewell, it takes our community standing with us. And I say to the community, the reason I'm here today, council, is because I have fallen in love with Hopewell. I have fallen in love with the citizenry of Hopewell. I have fallen in love with the men and women that wear this uniform because this is not an easy place to work. It is not. And the men and women that show up for Hopewell Police Department and do the job. And I'm looking at the sheriff right here. And Sheriff, I want to talk to you for a minute in front of everyone. And I want to tell you thank you. Because the sheriff gets beat up for having his deputies out on 295. But what I can tell you, since I've been here, every time I have called your phone number, you have always answered. And not only have you always answered, you provided the resources that you have available to help us. And some of the citizens, if you be real with it, you'll say you probably have started seeing more deputies riding around the city and helping. That's what a united Hopewell looks like. I know the Commonwealth Attorney takes a beating. And people say Rick Newman this and the Commonwealth Attorney that. But Rick Newman, I see you sitting here tonight and I say thank you. Because when I have dialed your phone number, you have answered. You have answered. And you have challenges in your office just like we have challenges in our office. I'm not going to throw blame at anyone. I'm not going to throw blame at council because what I feel the energy is that going into this new year, everybody is committed to being bolder, being stronger. And I've said this past weekend. I wore the title of being the interim chief when I first came here. I wore that title for 6 months. And I was blessed to be named as a permanent chief. But I also wore the title of being the new chief. The new chief. Hopewell has a new chief. But the title that I wear today in front of our citizens, I am the chief of Hopewell. So when you are upset or you are not happy with what's going on, I am the person that you should be talking to. I have never turned down a meeting with the citizens. Are there any citizens here tonight that have met with me? There's a few. I will tell you, that list is very long, and I have meetings scheduled because if you reach out to my office, I respond, and I will continue to respond because I serve the people of Hopewell. I serve the men and women that wear the uniform. I serve city council. I work for the city manager, and I am accountable for my job. It hurts me when I show up on a crime scene. It pains me to hear a mother say that her 10-year-old is scared to come home. This is my city. I am the police chief, and there's no police chief worth their salt that would be okay with that. crime that happens in the city. But I also know that for every crime that's committed, there's somebody out there that knows who's responsible for it. Now, that's real talk. And what I'm saying to our city, as we move forward, I read something, and pardon me, but I just want to share this. Because I started going on Facebook trying to be responsive, right? I want to be a good chief, and I want to let the people know that I'm listening, right? So I see something, I respond, and then people start taking shots at the chief. And then I read somebody says just yesterday, yeah, I heard the police chief is crooked as AF, whatever that is. But I will tell you this. That's what was posted on Facebook about me. But I will tell you this. In 31 years of policing, my reputation is all I have. You understand? There's nothing crooked about me. And when I say if there's someone in this city that thinks that there's something wrong with your chief, then call it out. If there's something there, point to it. Show it to the community. So I say that tonight with love. I'm speaking to the community. Our police officers are invested in this city. They're not calling out sick. They're not missing work. They are showing up. And also I want to set the record straight because today I heard someone said the police chief has 16 vacancies. That is not true, folks. We have 11. We had 12, but we recently hired someone. Okay? And technically we're almost at 10 because we hired someone, but she has an injury and couldn't start the academy this week, so we had to push her back to the junior academy, but we still hired her anyway, and we're training her in our emergency communications center, and for the next 6 months, we're going to train her as a dispatcher because we believe giving her the skills of being on that side is going to help her when she gets on the other side. So I say this in love to the community that we are focused. Do we do everything perfect? No, we have shortcomings, but we're working very hard to get it right. I say to the community, you probably started seeing non-Nixle reports coming out. I thank you for that because of the feedback from the community, we were able to close the gap on doing a better job with communicating with Nixle. But even in doing a better job with communicating with Nixle, there are going to be times that a Nixle may not come out when you think it should come out because the men and women are responding to what's in front of them. So I'm asking you, the way we recruit police officers to come to the city and the way we keep police officers in the city is by the community standing with the police officers and supporting the work that they're doing. And if there's a problem, then we have a complaint system. Give us a chance to fix that problem. So I thank you, council, for allowing me just to get it off my chest because I will tell you, I'm human as well. I'm human as well. And when I look at Facebook and I see some of the nastiness that goes back and forth, and I say, how can these people say they love Hopewell and all they do all day is just pick Hopewell apart? I thank you all for coming into the city and not just telling us what we're doing wrong, but you're showing us some weaknesses, but you're also bringing some suggestions. And I thank City Council for listening to our suggestions. And I'm also finding energy because I don't feel like we have to try to arrest everybody. We got to make some arrests now, don't get me wrong. And we're working very hard to do that. That's an important part of what we do. But we can't make enough arrests to fix the problem. We need the community's help. Thank you.
All right, are there any other citizens that would like to speak before we go back to City Council for a final round of questions? Okay. No, we need you to come up to the mic. Because we have people watching the meeting.
Good evening, Council and everyone present. My name is Cassandra Vanderkuyf, and I am a commissioner here in Hopewell. My issue is this. I live on Central Avenue, and there is not one stop sign up and down that street. And every time you have a murder in here, in this town, that's close to that street, that's the street they use to get out of town. Because if you go down 36 to where Walgreens is, you can hop on the thruway. If you go over to 144, which is a little longer, you can hop on the thruway. But there's been 6 shootings in the last month or so that has affected our neighborhood. We have children, and we have asked to have that taken care of, but it falls on deaf ears. So tonight I'm bringing it to you because you want to start a new program and make this city safer. I'm going to ask you to start with Central Avenue. Either put some speed bumps in or some stop signs. And that way, when those wonderful criminals want to run down the street at 80 miles an hour, there'll be bumps. Thank you.
All right. Counselor Holloway?
I think. Go ahead, Ms.
Oh, was there another I'm sorry.
I was going to close the loop on the judiciary question too.
Okay.
One of my jobs in representing the city as a delegate, along with Senator Morrissey, are to fill judicial vacancies.
Right.
And I want the city, the people of the city, to know how seriously we both take that job. And we interview every single candidate, and we ask questions based on what we know are important issues to our community and their judicial philosophy and their philosophy on our children in particular coming before them, and on the paths for people to have future success is extremely important. We've had an opportunity to appoint 2 judges to our 6th judicial circuit since I've been serving our community in the House. We're interviewing for another judge tomorrow. We'll be sitting all day interviewing together. So I want you to know I take that very seriously, and I do know how important it is in our city. We have not always had where every person in our communities have been treated the same when it comes before a judicial bench, and that's being honest. And I listened to some folks talk about wanting to make sure people are locked up for certain crimes. Well, today, if we really want to boil down what we're talking about in community supports, an upper income, young adult who gets in trouble and has a family that can hire a good attorney for them and can stand up in front of a judge and say, we're going to be the family there in support of them. We've got them a job lined up. We've got them doing community service hours. Will you just hold this over their head? And if they don't get any more trouble, this will go away. And the answer is yes. We have kids who don't have the ability to show up to court with that wraparound standing behind them in court, and they don't have that. And that's what we're talking about putting into place. So it's nothing new, right? We have families who've been able to have that, and we've had families who haven't. And our city's talking about a program it's a pathway to not end up in jail and to be successful. And we've had it. It's just been a system that's people who can afford an attorney and have family and people around them who can support them and those who can't. So it works. We could all probably name folks who, but for the grace of, who they are and folks around them, would be in jail today too. And yet they're successful because we gave them a second chance and we wrapped things around them as family and community and supported them. So from the judicial perspective, I thought that was important that someone spoke to it. We try to keep our judges oftentimes in our public setting separate from the rest of us, and they do that so that they make fair and good decisions. But I can tell you the quality of people we've been appointing are good people. I'm proud Judge Elates is sitting in our court in Hopewell, and I know that he's going to make great decisions for our community because I got to ask him the tough questions in interviews on behalf of all of us. So just felt like that needed to come back around in the judicial questions.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience before we go back to the final round for city councilors? Okay. Councilor Holloway.
I wanted to go on record tonight that I'm going to be a little bit radical. I'm asking for a motion to amend the agenda tonight to adopt the real life program.
So there's a motion on the floor.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been seconded.
If that's the protocol, Madam Attorney, if we can amend the agenda.
Not at a special meeting.
You can change, who say we can't change a special meeting?
Yeah,
Is that
I'm
as
just-
part of our rules?
Yes, ma'am. It's
Okay,
part of your
then you
rules that
say
you
so.
previously adopted. I'm just going by the rules that city council.
That we
has
have in
adopted.
place now?
Yes, ma'am.
It says no,
Can you
no
repeat that
motions for special meetings.
And
We've done it before, I can tell
You
you
can
that.
amend the agenda.
you can amend the agenda, but
That's,
to
that's
adopt.
what he asked.
That's what I asked for, to amend the agenda.
To accept.
Right, but I think what you stated was your motion was to amend the agenda
To
adopt.
place on the agenda,
Right.
to place on the agenda, the adoption of the real life,
Then there has to be a vote.
program.
So you can amend the agenda at a special meeting. Usually that amendment comes before at the beginning of the special meeting, but you can make that motion at a special meeting, but to adopt a policy is inappropriate for a special meeting. That has to be done at a regular meeting. That's the only distinction I was making.
Okay.
Okay, so could you give him the guidelines to amend the agenda that would include the next step to adopting this program?
Yes, ma'am. So, there would have to be two motions. One
Yes,
would be
ma'am.
to amend the agenda, and then that would have to be properly seconded. The second would be a motion to probably table his suggestion, which would be to adopt the program at a subsequent meeting. So he could specifically state which meeting he wanted to put that on the agenda for.
Okay, so I'd like to make an amendment to a motion to amend
The agenda.
the agenda.
Yes, sir. And then that has to be seconded by a council member,
Second.
and then properly voted.
A point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is just for formality for him to be able to place this on a subsequent agenda, correct?
Yes.
Isn't a simpler pathway to simply just state that he wants it on a subsequent agenda and staff add it to this next agenda?
It could, that is another way that it can be done, yes.
Because the agenda was actually due today to be sent out. Do you guys have time to amend the agenda, get it out?
Well, it doesn't have to be the January 10th meeting. It could be the
January, the one
yes, ma'am.
after.
It could be the
So, I
January
mean,
24th
just a
meeting.
formality question, I'd defer to Council Holloway. If you want this on the agenda, you can just state the date, that you want to have it on there. They can just put it on there. We don't have to go through two votes, roll call.
Okay, well, let's,
I'm asking.
So
Is there
right
any
now, as
way?
I understand it, there's a motion on the floor to amend the agenda, and then I'm not sure that was seconded.
It has to be on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
10th
but
because of the deadline.
That deadline,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Yeah, that's what the point.
She
we
did
Doesn't he
second
can
it.
amend the agenda
So-
to send it out because the deadline was
hasn't
just-
went out.
Was it went out? So all you can do is add it, put it on there.
Well,
Okay.
Madam Attorney,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
there any way tonight that we can have any type of motion to make this effective tonight?
Because this is a special.
And I really don't need a call. Just tell me, is there any way that we can do it?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
It
so,
would be improper. Yes,
so
ma'am.
give us the guidelines, what we need to do to get it done for Tuesday.
I think,
It just has to
yeah,
request it.
I think what we're just gonna do is
It's just
because
add it to
we're
the
one,
agenda. Right.
because Monday was a holiday.
Right.
Everything moves back one day. We're gonna put it on the agenda,
We can put it
and then
on the
we'll vote
agenda.
for, and take action, on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Right, on January 10th. Right.
Tuesday is what date?
January 10th.
Tuesday, it's regular meeting.
And
that's
it's
a regular
before the deadline.
Correct.
Okay, Counselor
As long
Denton.
as y'all,
Okay.
long as staff
He's made a
listening.
motion to push it to next week.
No,
I'd
No.
like to make a substitute
He
motion.
didn't make a motion.
didn't make a,
No motion.
Is that,
It's no motion.
are you ready to vote on it tonight?
no, she just,
She just said we can't vote on it tonight, that we have to wait till Tuesday to vote
a
on it.
regular meeting. It has to be voted on at a regular meeting, and there's a time crunch, so that regular meeting has to be the January 10th meeting. I believe it's Counselor Holloway's intent to just add it to the January 10th agenda to
yes.
simplify things. So at this time, his motion is to amend.
There's no
No,
motion.
no,
Okay.
there's no
There's
motion.
no
We're just,
motion.
all we're, yeah,
So
all
I'm
we're-
sorry.
Add to the
We will-
agenda.
Okay, so are you withdrawing your motion?
I
sir?
withdraw the
Please.
emotion, the motion.
All right, there is no motion on the floor.
Okay.
Right.
All right, Counselor Good, you still have the floor.
Tell her what we said first.
This is a special meeting, and we can't make a motion in a special meeting.
That's what city attorney said, ruling.
We can't do it on at an open meeting.
Well, we can make a majority can vote
Public
against her
hearing, we
ruling.
can't.
Can we do
Right.
that, Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
We can override her ruling by voting by majority that we don't agree with her and make the motion too.
What's the harm in putting guilty?
So can we make that
We can
motion?
be radical.
I want us to
Okay,
get this
so-
thing done.
No, no, we can just.
Want to get
All right,
stabbed
hold
as
on.
much
Before
time
everyone
as they
starts
need.
talking, Counselor Denton still has the floor.
Okay.
Okay. I guess I'm asking the city attorney. I know there have been times we've had special meetings and had motions at those special meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you saying I can't make a motion to approve this tonight?
Approve by this, you mean what exactly? I think that's the critical question. Are you saying the plan itself, or a motion, or?
I was gonna make a motion that we support and approve the CEASEFIRE program, the grant,
Yes.
and move forward.
And I think going by the rules that have been previously adopted by City Council, because this meeting tonight has been designated as a special meeting, not a regular business meeting, that notice has not gone out. So that would not be advisable. So at this point, I would say that you could add it to the January 10th meeting and still meet the deadline set by Delegate Coiner.
Or they can waive.
Don't let her out.
They
Or you can waive.
You can waive. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You know, wearing my local government hat, right? I served on the school board for 8 years and went to every planning commission and board of supervisor meeting for the past 20 years. And my day job, you know, your attorney's giving you sound advice because of the special meeting and your rules that are in place. I think what our community, you know, I didn't expect you to take a vote here tonight. I was coming to speak and for you all to hear and the people to be able to hear. But I think what everyone has heard here tonight is your support. And I think, you know, if that's something, not a vote, but if you feel confident and you want to vocalize your support, I think there's some renewed energy around that. But Tuesday is not too late, right? I have until Friday at 5 o'clock if I need to hit that button on the request. So I'm thankful. This is what we're trying to figure out right here tonight. But Tuesday is plenty of time, so.
Okay. Counselor Gore, then Counselor Holloway.
Delegate Corn, I have another question just to get back on the subject. So this is going to be slated for the Tuesday meeting before you guys put out the agenda so we can have a vote on that. But in regards to going back to the subject at hand in terms of the program itself that we're discussing, we talked about the community resources, wrapping them around, identifying gaps, et cetera. So my question is, in regards to those gaps that haven't been identified, how can we connect with your office to find some solutions for those? Because as we mentioned before, different people have different initiatives. I'm working on workforce development. The prior administration gave us $300,000 to do youth workforce programs. That money has since lapsed. Need to get a reinstall to help kind of work on this initiative. We have some other initiatives that work on cross collaboration between service providers to work on health and workforce together. One initiative is trying to get our building up and running to bring in partners to provide gaps in services, but those require funding, right? And so my question is, if we were to go with clearly the direction is going with piggybacking on your existing opportunity, but if we wanted to submit something with this actual application, separate from that, could those qualify under this and kind of work with you to try to get that in by the 13th? Because there's some clear gaps already identified that touch on some of these points that I'm actually, after we submitted a grant today actively to try to find funding for it. Could we proceed to try to do something like that?
You can. So it can fit with, if it fits within that, yes. There are also a long list of grants that are associated that I can assist with as well. And I will tell you, every group that asks me in Hopewell to help them get a grant, I do. So, you know, I've helped Lamb Arts and I've helped Hopewell Historic Foundation. Any group that comes to me and says, we need your help, Delegate Coiner, will you put out your name on it for us? I do, because I know the work that's being done, so I'll be as helpful as I can be in that as well. So yes, it's something I can do. You know, I will also say I've been looking at the gaps myself. Not my hat, right? But I love our city, and I know that we only have but many people here to do things. So, you know, I met with Richard Bland and met with our manufacturers and said, how do we figure this out with more folks getting into the manufacturing program at Richard Bland? I met with our Department of Labor last week. They have an entire apprenticeship program. There's grant money there, and they'll come in and set up all of our apprenticeship programs. We just have to tell them they can come do it. So there are already a lot of programs that fill in those workforce gaps that are available. And I probably don't need to put in additional money for that. I just need to help get us in line to be recipients of some of those things. And what that's going to take is some coordinated meetings, right? Sitting down and meeting with our school superintendent, sitting down and meeting with our businesses who are here, sitting down with city council and saying, all right, where are those gaps in workforce and what do we want to do to pull from the different grant opportunities that are out there? And really looking at who's serving on some of those boards on behalf of the city.
I got you covered there. I'm the chair of the Creator Workforce Region, and we just did our ribbon cutting at the Plaza by Fort Lee Credit Union today. So I understand those networks is in terms of finding the resources to actually bring like the home here, right? Council supported doing the community services building, which is the old EMS building, and we're trying to operationalize that to bring in providers that are not in the city to provide free services to the community. Due to the gaps identified, we need some funding support to get that off the ground. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about, like the ways to bring the hub itself. That's the missing piece that we need to provide support for. So I'll definitely circle back to you, because we kind of we did asset mapping, we identified what are the pieces, but we know the gaps, we know the partners, but we don't have the funds to put that space together for them to offer the services. And that, if you could provide be an advocate there, would be the greatest part. And I think with CEASEFIRE, with adverse childhood experiences, that's a component of the grant that we are applying for the youth that have grown up in these communities and see the gunfire and then have to live with that trauma and grow up in those communities. And so I think maybe if I can pick on that thread, since that's in our existing grant, that we can probably try to fold it in there. Maybe you could be of assistance with that. That'd be great. I just want to also say thank you for the presentation. I'll end with this with the chief. I know he has some people clutching their pearls, some people like to say, in regards to his comments, but the fact of the matter is, even some council members, we got posts on Facebook saying that we didn't support this, and it was flat out lies, or articles saying that we were not supportive, and that is a lie. I'll be blunt, it was a lie, because it's the first time we actually had a presentation, had a chance to actually deliberate on the items. And so I would say for the public, especially our constituents, we do live here too by law. So when we have gunfire, it is in by our neighborhoods as well, our family, our friends, our residents, the people that we support. So we are directly impacted that because we are here too. But what hurts us is when you have misinformation spread, especially in the newspaper, but then also on social media and these groups. We all know the group that I'm talking about that likes to put out misinformation and drum up fear, but then also most importantly stoke anger. And when we're talking about trying to bring people together, it's impossible to do when people are putting out lies, especially about their government, their officials here, the work that people in the community are doing, department staff, and that gets people not following what's actually happening in their government. Like case in point, we did 15 new cars. We pretty much replaced the whole police chief's fleet when council was made aware of the cars. We replaced the computers in the system. We did a mid-year salary adjustment. We did a raise for the common fraternities mid-year a couple months ago. The technology that we just funded. So everything that was being brought to us, we have supported. But I think the problem is when you have people who have their own opinion, personal about members of council or the government itself, they stoke confusion. And then they also put out information regarding incidents, and they're not law enforcement. So if you want to know what's going on and have actual information, one, continue to come to the council meetings. If you can't make it, go to hopova.gov and watch council live. It's on there. You can watch it anytime. But then most importantly, sign up for Nixle. And I'll ask the chief to come up and tell people how to sign up for Nixle so they can get their alerts straight to their phone. And then also I'll end with asking the city manager to tell people how they can sign up for Hopo VA alerts on their phones with the mobile app, so they can hear straight from the city in regards to what's going on.
Okay, so, excuse me, to sign up for Nixle, and Captain Terry, make sure I'm correct on this, but to sign up for Nixle, you can open your text browser, your text message, and you type in 888-777. And then where you would normally put in a message, you put in the zip code. And I believe that's 23860. 23860, and hit send. And once you do that, you will get confirmation that it has gone through successfully, and that will allow you to receive the Nixle reports that are disseminated by the police department. And just so you know, Nixle, when we get a high priority call, the supervisors are instructed to enter that Nixle report. However, depending on the call, the supervisor oftentimes is very busy, or things are happening at a rapid pace, and they may not be able to enter that Nixle at that time, and it does create somewhat of a delay. But I want you to know that is something I'm very sensitive to, because I know the community counts on receiving those messages. So obviously I want to give the supervisors an opportunity to do their job first, and I want to make sure that we don't become lackadaisical with being inconsistent with Nixle. But there may be times that there is a brief delay, but we're working very hard to make sure we close the gap on that. So I just want to say that publicly. But again, 888-777, and then type in the zip code 23860 and press send. Thank you.
And for those who are interested in signing up for text alerts, you can visit Hopewell VA, and on the first page there is a notify me button, and you go there and enter in your information. You'll also receive notifications from the city from a variety of things, not just necessarily emergency services.
All right, Counselor Denton, and then myself.
You skipped me, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Counselor Gore had. No. Counselor Gore had the floor for a while.
We jumped the gun.
I forgot to go to Holloway, then yourself, and then myself.
I just want to note tonight that I'm passionate about getting help, as much assistance as we can to our citizens. I've lost family members this week to violence, and an 8-year-old girl has died in our city. And people showed up tonight because we want something done. And some people may not be as radical, but I think it's time to stop the delays. I think it's time to set aside normal protocol. It was stated earlier that we could be radical enough to set aside override the ruling of the attorney to pull things in place like this. I don't want to see any more killings. And we may not be able to stop every single one of them, but we can certainly start somewhere. It shouldn't just be up to us. I'm an elected official, 398 votes, representing my people in my ward, not just myself. And not just limited to that, but working with my peers, other councilors, to bring our city back to a better place. We can have hope in Hopewell, and it got to start sooner than later.
Okay, Counselor Denton.
I just would like to again thank our delegate and can't remember your names, but you were very informative tonight, and I was ready to vote.
Absolutely.
I am ready as a counselor of Ward 5 to move this program forward. We need to go, let's go. I don't want to wait any longer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Pelham?
What's your name again, ma'am? I'm sorry. Sarah, did you give us training once in Hopewell for ABCD training?
That was in Brace Richmond.
Okay, Brace Richmond. Okay, are you familiar with that program? Okay. Richmond. That's all.
Okay.
I can't make that motion to override the city attorney.
Alright.
I'd like to
So-
make a motion to override the city attorney's ruling on our meeting that we may vote for this program tonight.
This is not.
And I second that motion.
So,
You have to vote for it, I just made the motion.
So, just for clarification, I think what you're asking to do is to
Waive.
waive the rules,
Waive.
correct?
Yes,
Waive
ma'am.
the council
Okay.
rule.
And I second it.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to waive council rules. It's been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
With that, the rules are waived. I make a motion that we consider adopting this program that we spoke of tonight. And so that our city manager can go forth with the necessary protocol to apply for the, whatever is needed to be done.
I second it.
All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Is there any discussion? Counselor Gore?
Can you just restate the motion? Because I have a question for Counselor Pelham.
Motion to adopt the Operation Ceasefire as has been presented to City Council tonight at the special meeting.
I think there just needs to be a little bit clarification. So Operation Ceasefire is the grant, but we need very clear that we're going that pathway, right? You're going the
Real life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to add
sorry,
that
you're right.
clarification.
Thank you.
And
That's what you need.
no, it's the pathway that she's suggesting is
Yes.
real life, not the grant submission. And with my other clarification questions to Delegate Corner, you don't have to get up, but now that the motion is clear, and I guess we have to make sure you are fine with the substitution. You're fine with the
Yes.
friendly, okay. You will submit that on our behalf. Do we have to do any paperwork or documentation?
I would probably include in your motion that you give your city manager the authority to do any continued paperwork that's necessary. There might be some transition with the existing grant to substitute in and adding in the city of Hopewell and some of that. So I would just make sure that she has the authority to follow through to ensure that we're able to get the grant started in Hopewell.
So Councilor Pelham, would you amend your motion to say?
And yes.
All right,
Yes, I
so
second.
I would say
All right.
move to approve Operation Ceasefire in partnership with Real Life and allow the city manager and city attorney
Just clean it up
to
with
execute
whatever
all
way you want
necessary
to do it.
documents.
You get the point.
But I'm saying to clarify the motion. I'm saying, are you fine with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I second it.
Okay.
Is there any other
He said-
discussion?
Holloway said he was fine with it.
Okay.
All right, seeing no roll call.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Good
All right.
job.
All right, so to close out the meeting, again, I just want to thank Delegate Coiner, all of our special guests, our Chief of Police, Sheriff Stanley, and all the citizens that came out tonight. I really do appreciate you all asking great, thought-provoking questions. And I hope that when we start doing this, that you will continue to remain engaged. As many of you all stated, it takes a community. And, without your support, it will not be as effective. And I want to thank you all so much again. And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Good night.
Michael?
Hey, Mr. Harris.
That was tough.
They don't want to break the rule.
We talked about that.
Breaking the rules. Don't poison me. Don't poison me with the city attorney. Yeah, well, listen, I did.
I understand. I made him attorney go under the bus. I get it. Motion to waive the rules. That's so remember. So it's waive the rules. And I'll give you the number. I think it's 304.
The overrule.
I'm for it. I've been reading this thing since before I was on the council. I've been reading this thing right here before, since you put it on there, December 8th. I've been looking at this. So I'm for it. I mean, we sit and listen to right now, what I do believe, though, I do believe that our citizens don't really understand the difference between Operation Ceasefire and then what it is that we're talking about with what it is that serves. So it's all good. It's all good. It's all inclusive. It's all good, but I don't see it. I just don't see us, overruling this city attorney. Yeah, we're gonna do it on the 10th. We're gonna do it on the 10th. Huh?
Sometime I guess we gotta randomly do a little improv.
But there wasn't a need to. We had to wait for a couple of days.
No, I mean, this thing would Alright, well.
And all my friends, my classmates, move away.
Is anybody in the restroom back there, Danielle might be in it.
I think she just got up to go there. Well, can y'all come up here so he has a cane? He has a cane and it'll be easier for y'all to come.
What is it?
We're gonna do a picture.
Huh?
Just take a picture so you don't have to come down. They're gonna.
You can come down.
No, I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to go to the restroom until somebody come out here. Hey, no. I got to do first thing first. Here. Look.
It's okay. Well, then poke your head there. There you go.
I'm good, right? Cause when I get up, I'm headed straight there. Okay. Okay.
Do you want me to take your picture?
Yeah. Is anybody in there?
We will.